Hi, good morning, South Texas. Meteorologist Andrew Wilson here giving an update to the forecast. We have a severe thunderstorm warning this morning for parts of Dimmitt, Zavala, and stretching into even portions of Frio County. A very strong storm with possibly up to 70-mile-per-hour winds right now moving through. You see all that lightning on the screen, and there's also some small hail within the storm. Hail has not been as much of an issue, but it is something that we are keeping a close eye out for, of course, as always. Sometimes we do get very large hailstorms here in South Texas, but thankfully this storm has not been as much of a threat for that. But very strong winds right now, especially in the Pryor area, as this storm continues to move off to the east. Now, I'm just working on a few things here behind the scenes, just making sure we are on all of our platforms. I noticed that I don't believe we're just live on Facebook yet, but since we were able to get our push out on the app here, I wanted to go ahead and start giving updates on the storm. So you'll see where it is. It's mainly south of Highway 90. This storm moving east at a pretty good pace. It was a very slow mover earlier on. That's why we still have the flash flood warnings in place for places like Kinney County, stretching down into portions of Maverick County, and now stretching even into portions of Dimmitt and Zavala counties. Very heavy rainfall associated with these storms, and that's why we have ended up seeing a little bit in the way of flash flooding. So guys, I'm actually having to do things a cool way here to get us live on Facebook, but I will continue to give these updates for the. If a lot of people are wondering, what about San Antonio? What about southern Medina County, south of Hondo? Well, no issues there. We're just seeing run-of-the-mill thunderstorms move through here and put down a lot of heavy rainfall. Now, we may see a little bit of isolated flooding here across the city just because of the heavy rain that we're dealing with. But again, no big issues right now for San Antonio. Much of the heaviest of the rain is even going to be staying south of our region. So you see, again, areas in pink, that is a severe thunderstorm watch. We do have a few watches as well this morning to go along with the severe thunderstorm warning. That's because conditions have been favorable, and I still expect LaSalle County, McMullen County to likely see this storm impact them as it continues to move east. It will likely be moving into LaSalle and McMullen counties here over these next couple of hours. Or really just over the next even 30 minutes, I would say, especially. Again, I'm trying to make sure we can be live on all of our platforms, guys. It seems like we've had an issue with one of our streaming softwares to get us live on Facebook. So I'm just working on that real quick and trying to make sure that everybody can get updates no matter what platform they may view us from. All right, so we're live now. Hi, got it going. Right now, that severe thunderstorm warning, again, has been issued for parts of Zavala and then into portions of Frio County. You see where the strongest of the storms are. That's that area highlighted in yellow there, yellowish orange. The storms, again, have been moving off towards the east throughout the night. At first, they were moving at a pretty slow pace, but now they're starting to pick up a little bit more, moving east at about 40 miles per hour. So now that we have everything squared away here, let me go ahead and draw out where these storms are going to be heading to next and what communities we can expect them to impact. So I put everything into pause real quick and let me do a few edits so we can get a proper timeline out for everybody. Now they're going 40, but they were going only 10 miles per hour earlier on. So much quicker compared to what we had earlier. So, Cotulla by 2:20 a.m., Dilley by the time we get to 2:27, Fowlerton by about 2:59, could see them impact Charlotte by 3:14, Tilden by about 3:23 a.m., and then Callahan by about 3:41. All right, making sure that we have sound, and I see a lot of people right now joining in and asking questions about certain spots. Um, Kristen's saying the thunder out in Sandoval. Yeah, that's where we've had some of our stronger storms passing just south of. I mean, up towards Hondo, man, that is a pretty good storm there in southern Medina County, and south of you in Uvalde County, south of Highway 90. A really good storm there closer on towards La Pryor. Now I want to focus a little bit on what has been the stronger part of this storm. You'll notice that hail has not been much of an issue. Maybe about pea-sized hail at the most. Not really much of a problem. The main problem with these storms has been really strong winds. And see that in the bright reds that we're showing right here. I'm going to go ahead and circle it on your screen for you. Here and down here south of Asherton. These stronger winds are moving off toward the east and are going to be impacting areas like Pearsall, Dilley, and then continue off to the east into portions of Atascosa County even possibly. So as I push through the loop, you'll see the kind of motion that we have with the winds. Now this one gust of wind that we have right now is kind of trailing more in this direction, so may just barely miss Pearsall. But Dilley, I would be ready for some very strong move through your region here, possibly over the next 15-30 minutes. Something else that I see that could be a little bit concerning. Right now we have a little bit of a kink in the line, and whenever you hear me say that, it means that we could be dealing with a little bit of rotation right here. It's fairly broad, not much of an issue, and it will likely get just kind of taken away once this gust of wind pushes through right here, because it's going to push southeast and likely pretty much kick the legs out from any type of rotation that could be forming there. But as long as that kink is there, I do want to let anybody know that that could be the possibility of some rotation starting to form north of Big Wells, there along Highway 85. I see rolling thunder and steady rain in Bandera, getting pounded with strong storms and lots of rain. Yes, Rick, that's a ton of rain that we've had. Mary's saying no electricity in the Lackland area. Now, Mary, thankfully, nothing severe in Bexar County, but these are very electric storms. And if we look up to Bexar County, you see we have a few lightning strikes, even especially around the Lackland area. That probably knocked your power out, but thankfully nothing severe for Bexar County. I do think that anything severe that may occur will be south of San Antonio. So Leon Springs should be fine. I think that it's going to be much stronger for areas south. Christina says La Pryor is getting the strong winds. Yeah, Christina, La Pryor, when I was walking in before I relieved Bill for the rest of the night, then pounded by the strongest of the winds. And you're still getting strong winds through there, but I think the strongest of the winds that you're going to get from this storm and for the rest of the night has already passed you for La Pryor, thank goodness, because I know that whenever that went through, that was intense. Valerie says, just started to rain in Poteet. Yes, definitely have some rain starting to approach your area. We have a lot of off and on showers and storms, but the I-35 corridor is next for the severe weather possibilities. Poteet may end up seeing a strong storm themselves, but right now what you're getting in Poteet is just run-of-the-mill rain, no big issues just yet. The way that things are moving with this thunderstorm, I think it will pass south of Poteet and continue its way down to really have more of an impact for LaSalle and McMullen counties, not so much for Atascosa County, but very southern portions of Atascosa County, not along I-37, but southwest portions of the county, may encounter some strong to severe storms as well. I see people asking, what about what's going on kind of on the southeast side and what's going on maybe closer on towards Converse. That's just run-of-the-mill thunderstorms. Nothing severe there. I see no issues from that. No hail. I'll even pop it up if you'd like to see it yourselves. No hail associated with that. That's our hail tracker. You do notice that this severe thunderstorm that we have south of Asherton still producing east-size hail, but that's actually not severe. The only thing severe about this storm is the winds, and they are very intense. Very good reason why we have that severe thunderstorm warning. Hondo is getting pounded. Watch out, Medina County. A lot of heavy rain in Medina County at the moment as these storms continue to kind of push east. So very, very intense storm over Hondo, but nothing severe, thankfully, from that storm. I haven't any strong winds. Now, likely it is gusty, don't get me wrong, in that storm, but nothing that is of the severe level of winds right now there in Medina County. A lot of lightning, though, a lot of heavy rain, definitely noisy, probably waking a lot of people up. And that's why I decided to go ahead and do this Facebook Live, guys. That's why I decided to hop on here and give some updates, because I'm sure that right about now, there's a lot of people waking up. I see we have 244 viewers just watching us on Facebook, but we're also live on the KENS 5 app and KENS5.com. I know we have more viewers there too. And people are probably wondering, well, what's going on? Well, we have some severe storms, but they're all pretty much going to stay south of this line. And thankfully, anyone behind, make a good drawing here, this line is done with severe weather. So far western portions of Zavala and into portions of Dimmitt counties, you're done with the severe weather. Far western portions of Maverick County, you're done. And anybody in the hill country, nothing severe for you. Nothing severe for anybody who is in this whole region. Gonzales County, Guadalupe, Comal, Edwards, Valverde, Kinney, Real, Bandera, all those counties, nothing severe for you. Now, you did have storms in Valverde and Kinney County earlier on, but you're done now. James says it's pouring in New Braunfels. Yeah, really heavy there. Gabe is asking about Seguin. Nothing in Seguin. I see the question, has it passed Crystal? I don't think so. I think it's still moving through there, the most intense part of the storm. I think, the most intense part of the storm actually is east of you now. You still have a pretty good storm going through Crystal City, but it'll be over within the next minutes. Same thing for Carrizo Springs. Quieter conditions expected within the next 5 minutes. Big wells right now under the thick of it. Cotulla, you don't have a severe thunderstorm warning at this moment, but I would not be surprised if we ended up seeing a severe thunderstorm warning being issued for LaSalle County there over the next, I would say, minutes. We're probably going to see it. Maybe over the next 5 minutes. We'll see a severe thunderstorm extended further off to the east, unless the National Weather Service decides to redraw how we have these warnings, unless they decide to split them, because winds that are located, let me pause everything through here, are not as strong as the winds that we have up here and down here further to the south. So there's kind of like a split in the middle there that's going to impact Cotulla, where the winds currently aren't that strong. Don't get me wrong. These winds could definitely intensify, and it's very strong winds. And I would not be surprised if the National Weather Service decided to issue a severe thunderstorm warning further to the east and include areas like Cotulla. See a lot of questions like, what about shirts? No issues for shirts, Kelly. Run-of-the-mill, showers and storms, nothing too much to be concerned about. And Garcia wants to know about Pearsall. What can we expect there? I would say some very strong winds, possibly damaging winds in Pearsall. You are with this severe thunderstorm warning. Now, I think that the stronger the winds will be south of Pearsall. I think that it's kind of traveling more in this direction. Notice the direction of these winds, where it's in bright red and bright pink there, and practically even white. I think that the strongest of the winds will pass out of Pearsall, but still going to be very strong there in Pearsall and could have the possibility for damaging winds. That's why you're within that severe thunder warning. But I think the stronger the winds will pass closer towards Dilley. Kimmy wants to know about Hondo. Yeah, very noisy in Hondo right now, but nothing severe there. Just run-of-the-mill showers and storms in southern Medina County. Could lead to flooding, though, because it is moving fairly slow there. And we may see some isolated flooding in Medina County from that heavy rainfall. I see a question about Kingsville. I mean, we have more severe storms further to the west, and those are going to be pushing down towards the southeast. Kingsville could end up with some damaging winds here as we head throughout the next couple of hours. So just be ready for that. You'll definitely want to keep an eye on the weather for tonight. Josh wants to know Pleasanton. I think the strongest of the storms will pass south of Pleasanton. I'm not willing to say that you're not getting anything severe right now. It's possible if this storm does continue to keep more easterly. It does look like, as I said earlier, like for Pearsall, that the strongest of the wind, the south and east. But Pleasanton could end up with some strong to damaging winds too if this storm continues on a more easterly trend. I'll continue to keep you updated there on Pleasanton and Atascosa County as a whole. Hondo under a flood advisory? Yes, that is correct. Schertz has thunder and lightning. That's right. Floresville, what about us? The answer is still watching storms just off to your west. I think that anything strong to severe will likely stay south of you, but you're definitely going to get some noisy thunderstorms here over the next couple of hours. It's already leaving Christie. We still have strong winds. Yeah, right now you're on the backside of it pretty much for Crystal City, but still strong winds through there. Parts of Crystal City definitely still very noisy and definitely still strong winds. Glad things are starting to quiet down for you though. Randy says, what about Corpus Christi? Corpus could be dealing with severe weather as we head closer on toward, I would say, maybe 5 o'clock in the morning. But these storms still have a while before they even get there. So, a question about Laredo. Yeah, Laredo could see some severe weather here over the next hour or two. These storms are moving kind of south into the east, and there are more storms over in Mexico that will push over that are strong. These are strong storms right here that are going to be drifting south and east that could impact the Laredo area. I see somebody saying, yeah, I think the storms are trying to connect. They're all associated with the same system, but the severe part of this system, the bowing that we see, and the reason why the severe thunderstorm warning was issued is here. So there is due to the way that the system is shaped and the movement of it, anything pretty much up here is not a concern. There's no bowing. The movement of the system and the way that it's formed will stop us from seeing anything severe in this area. So that's why I said, I drew that line earlier, saying anything south of here is going to be where we have the severe weather. Anything north, closer on to Hondo and San Antonio, should be just fine. This bowing right here, that's going to be where the strongest of the winds are. And anything located within this storm here has that possibility of bringing strong to severe qualities within a thunderstorm. Even wants to know about Divine. Let's go ahead and take a closer look down there. Divine, I think, may be just on the edge there, and I think they're going to miss out on anything strong to severe. I think anything strong to severe will pass south of Divine and impact Frio County. Kelly says, thank you so much, Andrew, for keeping us updated. No problem. Just starting to impact Artesia Wells, south of Cotulla. Yep, you're just now getting the leading edge of it, but it has not there yet. So the stronger winds still approaching. And remember how I talked about how the National Weather Service was likely going to extend this severe thunderstorm warning east to include Cotulla. They have now done that. A severe thunderstorm warning has now been issued for Cotulla until 2:45 a.m. That's LaSalle County in general. So Artesia Wells, yes, you are now under severe thunderstorm warning, and it is going to be very strong winds through there here over the next probably about 15 to 30 minutes. Samantha wants to know about Castroville. Yeah, very noisy in Castroville right now, but nothing severe from these storms. I'll go ahead and look at everything again, just to put minds at ease. But no strong winds with that, no big issues, not seeing that. You'll notice, let me zoom out. This is going to put a lot of minds at ease for areas that are north of that line that I drew. So if you look south of this line, you see this bow right here, and you see these bright reds and these pinks and these nearly white color showing up on the radar. That's our strong winds. That's winds moving away from the radar. There, our radar site located right here. And that's showing wind moving away from the radar at a very fast pace. Those bright reds let us know that it's very strong winds. But you'll notice that there's not a lot of activity with the wind up through this region. That lets us know that the winds are a lot weaker, and not as much of a concern. Again, that bowing feature that we see from these storms is the reason why we have the strong winds in the first place. Also taking a look at hail. Excuse me. Not an issue. You don't see any hail in any of these storms up here. Not expecting them to be an issue. That's why I said anything north of Frio and Savannah-Dimmitt counties, it's just going to be, and along the Highway 90 corridor, I guess you could say, it's just going to be run-of-the-mill thunderstorms. Now, flash flooding would be the only concern with those storms, and a lot of lightning. We do have some hail that is located now toward moving southeast. That is going to be impacting areas south of Cotulla. It's a very small hail core, but possibly up towards golf ball size hail there in the very middle. So we'll keep a close eye on that. Hail hasn't been much of an issue with these storms until now with that one spot. Everywhere else has not had much in the way of hail. Is Von Ormy above or below that line? Felicia, it is located right here. So you're above it. You're in Bexar County. You're above that line. Something very important, and Felicia, don't worry. It's this is not something that's just for you, but everywhere that I've worked in the past, there's always been something that has been a struggle for meteorologists, and sometimes it's hard to be able to tell where you are on a map. I always encourage people to, especially since we're in such an area that people are so new to, take some time to just go over a map and see where you could be on it. That way, whenever you see the map crawling at the bottom of a screen on TV, you tell what county you're in, which county is which in the first place. It's easy for me because I look at maps all day. But the way that we put out warnings and watches is by county. And sometimes it's hard for people when they're looking at a screen to understand which county is which, where am I located on that screen, where am I located on that map. And like I said, it's easier for me because I do this all the time. I'm constantly looking at maps. But whenever we're putting out warnings and watches and trying to relay messages to everyone, it's important that you know where you are on the map. So, and Felicia, trust me, you're not the only one that has asked that question, and a lot of people go with it. So please understand, it's not targeting you on anything or anything like that. And like I said, I've experienced this at a lot of different stations that I've worked at in the past, and stations that have not just severe thunderstorm warnings, but much more active with tornadoes. So it was all the time with severe weather coverage back at those places. But it's important that we all know where we're located on the map. That way, when the meteorologists are relaying the information, it's easy for you to understand that's where I'm at. And I'm always going to try to explain things in a way that you know where it is. Like, let's say the 7-Eleven that's located on Babcock and Hebner. You know, I'll always try to say this is going to impact that spot, or now it's not good. There's nothing happening there. Run-of-the-mill thunderstorms where I just named. But if you were, let's say if we did have a tornado warning, I'd always try to relay it in a way that people would understand with landmarks too. There's a lot of research out there with severe weather and coverage for meteorologists on how that we can relay messages better. And a lot of people remember landmarks, but they don't always remember the street that is parallel to them. I actually pulled that one on my friends once. We were all sitting down one night, and I told my buddy who had been living in this house for 3 years, I said, I bet you know that there's a gas station there at the end of your road, but you don't know the name of the street that's just the next street over. He said, I don't. I said, exactly. That's why we try to name landmarks too whenever we're doing this severe weather coverage. But thank you for that question. It was a little bit of a lesson there too, just for everybody. Just take time, maybe over the next few days, especially since we're going to have multiple chances for strong storms. Everybody, just to look over a map and make sure you know where you're located. You can do that easily with Google Maps too, and Apple Maps. All right, let's see here. It's starting to leave Hondo, but still drizzling and bad thunder and lightning. Yeah, it's still pretty intense out there towards Medina County. Nothing severe. Again, everything severe I think will stay south of Medina County, south of Uvalde County, south of Bexar County. Parts of Atascosa County could be impacted, but not the whole county. And then we could also have the severe weather impacting, of course, we expect it for rather Zavala, Frio, Dimmitt, and into LaSalle County. I also would expect McMullen County sometime over the next hour will be experiencing strong to severe storms. Felicia says, thank you, no problem. How much longer for SeaWorld? It just woke me up. Paula, we're going to have storms around the SeaWorld area likely over the next couple of hours. Nothing severe for SeaWorld though. It's going to be nothing but good sleeping weather. Well, it's really starting to storm in the Adkins-Lavernia area. Yes, Tammy, very intense thunderstorm there as far as the lightning is concerned, the rain, and possibly a little breezy, but nothing severe with that storm in the Lavernia region. Joanne wants to know, why do storms always cause power outages? Well, it could be anything from strong winds moving through, bringing down tree branches onto power lines, to lightning strikes. If lightning strikes the line or a transformer, it could cause the transformer to blow, and then you end up with power outages from the lightning strikes. So also, if lightning were to strike a tree and then branches were to come down on the power lines, you can end up with long-term power outages. Now, typically from lightning strikes, you don't have as long of power outages, but if you have a strong wind event, like what we had Friday night, you could end up with long-term power outages like what we experienced in the Converse and Windcrest areas. I see Lynn answering the question too there within the chat. Thank you. We are in the thick of it here in Batesville. Yes, definitely an intense storm right now in Batesville there, Michelle. Thundering and lightning by 211 and 90. Yeah, a lot of San Antonio and South Texas as a whole is waking up right now. And again, that's why I decided to do this Facebook Live. Felicia says, just lost power. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you can get power back soon. Again, a lot of thunderstorm activity in your area. We do have in Von Ormy at the moment a good amount of lightning, and if I put everything into pause, again, nothing severe there, but if you're under it, it's definitely noisy, and it's definitely a lot of heavy rain. Just over the last 15 minutes, just 17 lightning strikes there in southwest Bexar County. So, a good amount of lightning, and a lot of that has happened probably within the last 5 minutes, to be honest. I see I'm a truck driver, can drive to Laredo now, or is it better to wait till morning? Wait till morning. Definitely. It's going to be quiet. Right now, it's going to be not fun. And then also with the severe thunderstorm, your load is going to be blown all over the highway. And you're not going to be able to, or you're not going to have a lot of fun driving through that. A lot of lightning, a lot of rain, and then you could put yourself in trouble if you went ahead and started driving to Laredo. If you wait till morning, just wait a few hours, honestly. Wait a few hours, and I-35 will clear up. I would say give it maybe an hour or two. And I'd actually say an hour and a half, 2 hours. And I-35 should clear up, and it'll be quiet conditions all the way down to Laredo. So, yeah, give it some more time, and that'll be good for you. I'm glad you asked, because you don't want to drive through a severe thunderstorm if you're in an 18-wheeler, especially if it's blowing perpendicular to the road, because then you're going to get blown all around on the interstate there. So, thank you for asking. My house has about an inch of flooding right now. Hayden, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, this rainfall has been no joke. And I hope that you can get everything to dry out soon. Yeah, Jeff is saying, I would wait. The wind is 44 mile per hour plus. Yeah, exactly. Cassandra wants to know, has the storm weakened? Let's take a look. Still a severe thunderstorm warning, and I still see strong winds in there. So the strong winds right now located, the strongest looks like right through here, east of Crystal City. Anybody along that Highway 83 corridor, things are starting to quiet down, thankfully. Except for if you're down towards Catarina, things are still pretty active for you. But Carrizo Springs, Crystal City, La Pryor, things starting to quiet down. I would say we have strong winds right through there, and that is still approaching the Dilley area. Now, it still has a while until it's still Dilley. I say approaching. You probably have about 15 to 30 minutes before it gets to you. Joanne says, at least our grass should green up now. Definitely, I would hope so. We've had so much rain. I'm sure it'll green up nicely. Let's see here. Alicia wants to know, is the town of Medina, Texas, done with rain for the night? Let me take a quick look. I'd say you still could have a little bit of light shower activity. You may even hear a few rumbles of thunder. We have some lightning striking from the storms well to your south. But as far as any intense thunderstorm activity, you're done. Maybe just a few light showers on the roof, just a few light raindrops, but nothing too crazy going through Medina, Texas. Medina County, definitely still under the thick of it, though. That was Medina, Texas. If you're not aware of where that is in Bandera County, west of Bandera itself. So Medina County, though, which is located here, definitely a lot of thunderstorm activity, noisy, nothing severe in Medina County, but a lot of lightning and heavy rain, very noisy thunderstorms for you. Through the window, I could just see my flooded grass just swiftly moving. I see Louise asking about Von Ormy and Felicia answering for me there in the chat. Yeah, just a regular thunderstorm there in Bexar County. Nothing severe for Bexar County. Everything that is severe is staying south of Bexar County and will impact possibly portions of Atascosa County down the line. But I would say more southern to central Atascosa County. Thank you. Yes, I hear a lot of thunder, and it was worrying me. And Medina is a very small town. Not many people know unless you're familiar with the surrounding towns. Yeah, I've driven through Medina. It's a beautiful area. Meteorologist Megan Massey and I, of course, for those who don't know, I always let everyone know in case they don't. We've been together for 9 years, and she's actually my fiance. And during our days off, we love to go drive through the hill country. And that Medina, Texas is a beautiful area. Tim says, thanks for keeping us informed. No problem. Elmendorf, zoom in, please. Beverly wants us to do that. Yeah, a few thunderstorms down towards Elmendorf. You're about to have heavy rain move through Elmendorf over the next 15 minutes. And something important to know, we have had power outages in parts of Bexar County from lightning strikes, not from strong winds, but from lightning more than likely. Charge your phones. Go ahead and plug them in now, give them a good charge. That way, if you do lose power momentarily, you're able to continue to have updates. And of course, I'll be here all morning giving updates. I won't be able to stay live on the Facebook Live this morning, unfortunately. Of course, we do have our regular show. I'm filling in for meteorologist Paul Morales this morning. So coming about 3:30, I'm going to have to leave this area and have to go into the studio to get ready for the show. I'm going to keep the radar looping, though. I'm not hopping off just yet. Don't worry. But I'm going to have to leave this area and go get ready for our newscast. And if anything's too urgent, I'll cut into programming on TV. And we'll also cut in, of course, here. So if anything gets too crazy out there, I will, of course, cut into that. We want to make sure everyone stays safe and informed as long as these storms are moving through. I see congrats on the engagement. Thanks, everybody. I appreciate that. Let's see here. How much longer will this last? It's going to be a few hours, Richard. We still have a while to go before all this is said and done. I see a lot of congratulations. Thank you. I really appreciate y'all's dedication, making sure we know what's going on. Thank you all. No problem. How long will the storm pass at Schertz? We have a while before things quiet down in Schertz. I'd say it does look like the general motion of the complex overall seems to be in this direction. So, honestly, Schertz may get quieter conditions soon. You're likely going to continue to hear a lot of this thunder in the distance. May see some lightning in the sky over the next hour or two. But as far as the really heavy rainfall, I think things could start to quiet down in Schertz pretty soon. Very noisy and divine. Eva, I do not doubt that by any means. Very strong thunderstorms to your north and west, and really over you now, I guess I could say, yeah. It's pretty much over you. The severe storms, though, I think are going to still pass south of you, just barely. But I think that the stronger storms will pass south of you into Frio County. I see a question about Pleasanton, Texas. Now, right now, nothing severe for you. And honestly, you haven't really had a lot of thunderstorm activity just yet. But the storms just off to your north and west, they are expected to dip to the west and south, or to the east and southeast rather, excuse me. And you're likely going to experience that. The severe part of the storm may pass just south of Pleasanton. I'm not comfortable making that call just yet, but I think that the severe part of the storm may miss you just to the south. Has the hail calmed down that was by Katarina? Let's go ahead and take a look. It's been a while since we looked at hail. Looks like it has. So now in LaSalle County, down to a pea-size hail. Let's go ahead and go through a loop here. Yeah, it was a real brief hail spike, it looks like. And looking everywhere else, just to make sure we have no hail anywhere else, and you can see, no issues. Those storms that, while they're noisy in Bexar County, not putting down any hail at all. It's just really heavy rain. Guys, I'm going to drink some water just real quick. Would you say the same for Hondo? Yeah, everything severe is passing south of Hondo, not going to impact Medina County. Medina County as a whole, I think, is going to avoid the severe weather. What about Floresville, Texas? I think that anything severe will pass south of Floresville. But you are going to get noisy thunderstorms. If I pop everything up here, you see these thunderstorms off to your west in southern Bexar County, they're likely going to drift southeast into Wilson County and impact Floresville. So let me draw an arrow for you. Those are likely going to drift southeast and impact Floresville. Yes, the storm will be done by 10 a.m., Felicia. So it should be much quieter. And let's go ahead and run through future clouds and radar. We haven't done that just yet. So future clouds and radar, for once it's a little bit ahead. Usually it's a little bit behind on the storms. I think it's showing the storms a little bit too far ahead from where we're at right now. And as we head through the rest of the morning, though, you notice what happens. By 7 a.m., it has it being out of here. I think that is how it will pan out. I think by the time the end of our morning show comes around, the storms are out of here, and we'll have quiet conditions pretty much for the rest of today. Now you see all the way up to 5:30 p.m. Quiet. But as we head into tonight, it's already nighttime now, but 2:29 Tuesday morning. As we head into Tuesday night, rather, it's probably a better description, we're going to see another round of strong storms possible. Now, I don't think they're going to be as intense as the storms that we have tonight, but more heavy rainfall. And guys, I was telling Megan last night, we were talking about the storms, and I wasn't telling her. We were having a conversation. I think we could have a flood issue with these heavy storms that keep moving through each day. we're going to have multiple rounds of storms. We may end up seeing a flooding concern over these next couple of days. The ground is already very saturated, and whenever we continue to have heavy rain event after heavy rain event, eventually that water ends up losing on places to go, and we end up seeing brief periods of flooding. So that could end up being a concern here over these next couple of days. Please continue to keep an eye on the weather, and always remember to turn around, don't drown. Never try to go through flooded areas. Always keep an eye on those creek beds next to your homes too. I want to make sure everybody stays safe. So that's Tuesday. You see, by Wednesday morning, things start to quiet down. That is, by the time we wake up on Wednesday morning. And then we continue through the timeline. And here comes another round in the hill country as we head into Wednesday night, Thursday morning at 2:30 a.m. Like I said, we're going to have multiple rounds of storms here over these next few days. So let's go ahead and bring back up the radar. Terry asking, is there anything severe in Green, Texas? The answer is no. Everything up towards Falls and north of Highway 90, it's just run-of-the-mill thunderstorms. Now, we do have some pretty good storms starting to develop out here towards Gonzales. I'm sure we're going to have a lot of people wake up there here pretty soon. Let's take a look at the wind speeds out here. No issues. Just wanted to make sure. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything, but I still hold true to the only severe weather that we're seeing is in Dimmitt, Frio, Zavala, and LaSalle counties. I think that parts of Atascosa County could see strong to severe storms, parts of McMullen County, and then these storms could continue to move on to the southeast, maybe barely clipping the southern end of Karnes County, and Karnes City, I think, would be spared from severe weather. But it's still too early to completely make that call. But I'm going to be staying on here, keeping everybody updated. You see, the general trend of the storms is to the south and east, but these strong winds are still staying active, the severe part of this storm, as far north as right here. I would actually draw that line a little bit further south, right there. Anywhere north of this line, much quieter winds, Still intense thunderstorms. Don't get me wrong, a lot of lightning, a lot of heavy rain, and possibly some gusty winds at times. But as far as the really strong winds, located still right through here. Cotulla about to see some very strong winds through their area as the storm continues to push its way to the east at about 40 miles per hour. Very windy and pouring rain in Cotulla from Yolanda. Yes, Yolanda, the severe part of the storm is now starting to approach your area. You're going to get the strongest winds that you're going to get from this storm over the next 5 minutes. How much longer for Divine? I would say we still have probably about an hour's worth of heavy rain and lightning, maybe a little bit less than that, but I would say an hour at most. But nothing severe in Divine. Again, southern Medina County, nothing severe. Will Campbellton get rain? I would say yes. You may even get some severe storms from this. It's still too early to make that call, but Campbellton getting rain possibly right now. If it hasn't started raining yet, it's about to. Can you tell me how Kerrville is looking for Sunday afternoon? I'm celebrating my daughter's 2nd birthday. Sunday, we wanted to make sure the weather is park friendly. Now, guys, I'm about to pop up the 7-day forecast. I have not had it to update it yet this morning. But we do have a 30% chance for showers and storms. I understand that Tuesday is not Memorial Day. We update these graphics ourselves. I just walked through the door here just about an hour ago and relieved Bill from the morning show. And right now it automatically populates the next day there on Tuesday, knocks Monday out. But of course, the ribbon there is still on the screen from yesterday, from when that was showing Monday. So let me go ahead and remove that now. Just kind of allows me to get some work done to prepare for the shows this morning. In case y'all didn't know, as meteorologists, we do a lot more than just forecast and go on air and give the forecast. We're also build our own graphics and all sorts of other things. So something else about this forecast. I have not built my forecast for the day just yet. This is looking back at the latest data that Bill had seen yesterday, and we're always building on each other's forecasts. So I'm going to look at the latest model data this morning, and if I see any changes, I add little tweaks in the forecast. Now, when we look all the way out to Sunday, it's unlikely that on 6 days out, I'm going to add much of a change at all. Model data is probably showing similar conditions with that 30% chance for showers and storms being possible, a few isolated storms. But that's how we build a forecast out. We first have our 7 days, and then we add little tweaks here and there as the week goes on to perfect the forecast and be able to give you the most accurate forecast as we head throughout the week. A little bit of an insight into the life of a meteorologist there. So storms could be possible in Kerrville, but it's still for you to cancel anything. Don't cancel it just yet. The forecast could change, and if it does, we'll continue to keep you updated. But I would go ahead and start making plans just in case we do have storms outside there for Kerrville on Sunday. Make some plans to possibly move it indoors is what I'm getting at. See here, what is happening in Livonia? Just a run-of-the-mill thunderstorms, Betty. Nothing severe in Livonia. Everything severe is staying south of Bexar County. Definitely noisy out there, though, in parts of Bexar County, and especially southern Medina County, like near or Castroville, even central eastern Medina County. Castroville is seeing some very noisy thunderstorms this morning and a lot of heavy rain. Nikki says, I wish this would happen during the day. No sleep for me tonight. I agree. I wish it would happen when I'm off so I could take some good naps myself. But I'm happy to be in here keeping everybody updated too. Hondo graduation on Saturday is going to be a rainy one. Not guaranteed. Lindsay, here's the good news. It's a 30% chance for rain. So, that's actually a lower chance. Now, I would rather have no chances for rain at all, right? But it's a lower chance at a 30%. So I wouldn't be too worried just yet. But again, just keep an eye on the forecast. Let's hope it changes. Congrats to all the graduates, by the way, out there towards Hondo. Just got up. Is there a tornado watch for San Antonio? The answer is no. Anything that's occurring in Bexar County and in San Antonio, just run-of-the-mill thunderstorms. There is a lot of lightning, don't get me wrong, and heavy rain, but nothing severe for San Antonio. Dolly says, it's booming in Bandera. Yeah, we definitely have a few lightning strikes there, closer towards Bandera. Some heavy rain. But the heaviest of the rain is still staying to your south, thank goodness. And the most intense part of the storms are staying well to your Jennifer asking about Cotulla. Yeah, the most intense part of the storm is moving through Cotulla now. Strong winds, your main threat, 70-mile-per-hour winds possible with damaging wind. As these storms move east at 40, give it about 15 to 30 minutes and things will start to clear up. Not completely clear up, but quiet down rather in Cotulla. Anything severe south of Seguin? Not right now. Everything that's going on south of Seguin is a run-of-the-mill thunderstorm. Taking a look right there, you see a lot of lightning, a lot of heavy rain, but nothing severe located there. Now let me see what the National Weather Service may be saying about some of these severe storms. We've got our special chat pulled up with them. No new updates from them. Let me pull up another chat room though too, because now some of these storms are impacting counties that are within the Corpus Christi warning area. Corpus, we have different National Weather Service offices across the U.S. We have the San Antonio office, which covers a majority of our region. It's actually in New Braunfels, It's actually not in San Antonio. It's the San Antonio-Austin office, and it's located in between there in New Braunfels. But then we have another office located in Corpus Christi. And they're also issuing a few warnings this morning for areas like LaSalle County, McMullen County. They also cover areas to our south, like County, down towards Laredo. So nothing new from them. They're talking about 60-mile-per-hour winds being possible in some of these storms. We do have some aerial flood advisories out there too, which just lets us know whenever there's a flood advisory, it means flooding in low-lying areas is occurring. At spots where we typically see flooding occur is occurring at the moment, and it can happen pretty quick. Now, we also have some flash flood warnings, though, in place. I want to talk about those briefly. We have flash flood warnings right now in parts of Maverick County, stretching into Dimmitt and the Zavala counties. Those areas now, thankfully, the rain is starting to light up, still lighten up, rather. And those areas still under a flash flood warning probably throughout the next hour. So as water continues to fill up all the creeks and rushes into the lower lying areas, we could still see flash flooding. So please remember, do not try to drive through flood spots, and please avoid flooded areas. So 2 flash flood warnings there that we have to keep a close eye on. We may see more issued down the line later on this morning for areas further to the east. But thankfully, these storms are starting to move a lot quicker. Back when they were over parts of Maverick and western portions of Dimmitt and Zavala counties, the storms were moving much slower. Cassandra wants to know about the current wind speeds. Right now, Cassandra, the wind speeds are about 60 to 70 miles per hour at the quickest. And let's take a look at where those fastest wind speeds are located within these thunderstorms. I would say the fastest wind speeds are just now moving into western portions of Frio County here, right through here. That's our fastest winds. And I would say that's closer on toward 60 miles per hour, what the radar is trying to hint at there. So pretty strong. Definitely could be considered damaging wind. That could bring down some tree branches due to how saturated the ground is. Guys, this is very important. Due to how saturated the ground is, we could see some trees go down with wind speeds at that pace too. That could lead to power outages. So again, it's important to have all of your devices charged, anything that you need in order to be able to make it through the morning and to make it through to get updates. Make sure everything is charged. I-35 corridor in Frio County, you're next for this round of storms, and the strongest winds will be moving through there. Thankfully, I think the winds closer down towards Cotulla are not as strong, but still strong enough to where you should be concerned and make sure everything is powered up, because you could have power outages. Also, something important, make sure you're in a sturdy structure because these strong winds, if you're in, let's say, a mobile home, could cause a little bit more concern. But thankfully, these winds aren't as strong as what they were earlier. They do look like they have weakened a little bit, still, though, strong enough to be considered severe. As far as the hail is concerned, south of Cotulla, maybe about nickel size, that's the largest hail we have. There's no hail anywhere else. So no big issues with hail this morning, thank goodness. Maria says terrible in Cotulla right now. Yes, very strong winds. Thankfully, I think the strongest of the winds are to your north, so not as bad. But I definitely think that I would be up if I was in Cotulla right now with how strong these winds are. I do think we are going to have some things possibly displacing your yard. If you have light chairs out there, the wind is blowing very strong. Still a severe thunderstorm. So I say the winds are not as strong and not as bad, but we still could have 60-mile-per-hour winds in Cotulla with a lot of lightning and very heavy rainfall. I mean, we look at the storm, and you can see all that lightning and how intense that storm is down towards Cotulla right now. Eric is curious, what time will this hit Campbellton? Still probably have about... Now notice we have shower and thunderstorm before I answer that question. You could start seeing heavy rain and hearing thunder and seeing lightning just over the next 15 minutes from this complex that's forming out ahead of the main complex of storms. The main complex of storms will move through Campbellton, and that's not a guarantee that it's going to be severe when it moves through Atascosa County. But the main part of the storm will move through there probably in about an hour and a half. So still a lot of rain pretty much for areas stretching from Webb County all the way up through Frio County and even extending into up the I-35 corridor towards San Antonio. Let's see here. Yeah, very heavy rainfall, guys. Let's take a look at how much rain we've experienced for some spots already in the last 24 hours. This is why that flash flood warning was issued for Maverick, Zavala, and Dimmitt counties. Look at how much rain they had as that storm moved through. 4+ inches in some spots. You see 3.2 there, 3.3, 2.8, 3.3, and then 2 inches already there south of Hondo in Medina County. And more rain still occurring. So still severe thunderstorm warnings in place for Frio County, stretching down that I-35 corridor. Now I want to look at winds again because it looked like they were starting to weaken just a bit for parts of Frio County. Still strong, still severe, still within the realm of severe there. But I don't think they're as strong as what they were like when they were in parts of Zavala and Dimmitt counties, but still pretty strong there. My hope is that these storms will continue to weaken as they head to the east, and they will end up seeing much weaker winds. That way we don't have as many issues out there for our friends along that I-35 corridor. Jana wants to know about DeWitt County, which is off here towards Quero. DeWitt County could have some heavy rain here over the next few hours. These storms have a while until they get to you still, but could be dealing with some heavy rain, a lot of lightning. Just over the next, I would say, 2 hours, you're going to have the storms move through. Starting to hear thunder in Pleasanton now. Yep. Probably starting to hear rain on the roof too. Going to have those thunderstorms shift east here over the next, I would say, 30 minutes and impact Pleasanton. What time in Bexar County? Actually, it's occurring in Bexar County now, but nothing severe. Again, I expect nothing severe in Bexar County. Run-of-the-mill showers and storms. And if you're not experiencing rain now, you may actually end up missing on it altogether. We do have one little cell there closer towards Castroville trying to push into Bexar County, but it is also collapsing as it tries to push to the east. So it may not even really make it into Bexar County, even though it's so close. But if you're not experiencing rain now in Bexar County, then you may have just missed out on it completely. Let's see here. So guys, in about 12 minutes, unless something extremely intense is happening and I see damage reports coming in or anything very concerning, I am going to just leave the looping radar up here. I do have to go get ready for our morning show, which starts at 4:30. If need be, I will, of course, cut back in. And if I see something that's really serious that I feel like could be very life-threatening or very threatening to people's property here in the area, I will, of course, hop right back on here immediately, no matter what. But I will also still have to get ready for our show this morning. So if I see something life-threatening, that's seriously life-threatening, I believe, we'll cut into programming on TV. No matter what is on TV, we'll cut in. But right now, I just wanted to hop on. I knew a lot of people were waking up. I'm not getting off just yet. I'm still going to stay on for at least the next 10 minutes. But I wanted to hop on and give people updates because I knew a lot of people were waking up right now. Very noisy thunderstorms, whether you have severe weather or not. Anywhere from Frio County southward is where we've had the severe weather. Anywhere in Medina County, Bexar County, Hasn't been as much of an issue, just been heavy rainfall and a lot of lightning, but very intense thunderstorms for our neighbors in LaSalle County and Frio County right now. So Cotulla having very intense winds. South of Cotulla, I believe it's going to be where we have even the strongest winds right now. It doesn't look like that on radar, but the bowing effect that I see from the radar tells me otherwise. Whenever we have bowing like that, sometimes it means, that's what we like to call bowing, that little backward C shape. Sometimes that means that we could have some strong winds in the heart of that. So south of Cotulla, possibly some very strong winds, and that's why that severe thunderstorm warning is in place. The National Weather Service identifies that too. Down in Corpus Christi, they see the bowing within the radar and they say, man, the winds don't look that strong on radar, but the features that we see from this thunderstorm, the shapes, the characteristics, it hints that strong winds could be possible in that part of that storm. That's why that severe thunderstorm warning is in place. And then up here towards Pearsall, we have identified the stronger winds. Still seeing that on radar with the bright red showing up. Alice says, no makeup and all. Yep. Early this. If I didn't have to wear it at all, I would still do it. But yeah, I don't mind not coming on here and giving updates with that, of course. Right in Elmendorf, yeah, we do have some showers right now in Elmendorf, and we are going to get some thunderstorm activity there too. If you haven't started hearing thunder yet, you're going to. It looks like we likely are the thunderstorm activity moving into Elmendorf. Just to your west, though, a lot more. And some of that lightning could lead to power outages, short-term power outages. I wouldn't say anything too long-term, but there in Elmendorf, we may end up having some power outages here pretty soon. We may actually be able to see this from our tower cam out at Calaveras Lake. Let's go and take a look, see if we see any lightning here. I'm just going to leave this up for just a second. There's a little bit showing up. Joe says, what is the drought situation after all this rain? You know, I'll pop this up real quick. We won't talk about this too much, and the answer is it's not an issue anymore. I mean, you see that we still have drought on the screen. This is updated every Thursday. The drought monitor updates every Thursday. It takes data from every Tuesday to every day, but the map updates on Thursdays. A little complicated there. But this data is ingested and updated every Thursday. Everything here is going to be gone. I don't think we're going to even have abnormally dry conditions anymore in the hill country. I think that everything here along the Rio Grande will now just be either gone or abnormally dry conditions only. I don't think we're going to have any more drought after this week. And if we do have any more drought after the update on Thursday that we have this Thursday, it will be gone by next Thursday. We have more rain in the forecast, multiple rounds, and drought just continues to go away. And I don't think drought's going to be a thing anymore. I think that we have so much water in the aquifer now that, and how much rain we're having now continuing to add to the aquifer, we may make it through the rest of the summer without restrictions. It's possible. With more rain that we have over the next even 8 to 14 above average rainfall being possible, we may end up not seeing stage 1 water restrictions being put into place for the entire summer. So those got lifted a few weeks ago, and the additional rainfall just continues to help with that. Let's see here. Gonzales getting anything serious? Chelsea wants to know. And no, nothing serious in Gonzales. That's run-of-the-mill thunderstorms. Felicia says her power is still off. And Joseph says, can't wait to be studying weather for the fall and for college. Been wanting to be a meteorologist. I love seeing interesting weather and clouds. I got into Texas A&M Corpus. Any advice? Math is hard. The math is really hard, Joseph. You have to take the level of math that an engineer would have to take. Just stay with it. Never be afraid to ask questions. And that goes for anything in life, I say. You know, if you ever have a question about something, don't be afraid to ask. The right person will give you an answer, no matter how silly you may feel. You may feel asking the question. The right person will give you the answer without making you feel silly about it. But never be afraid to ask questions. Work hard. There's a lot of resources out there to help students who struggle at math, like myself. I struggle at math, and just work hard at it. But good luck to you. And Texas A&M in Corpus, great school for weather, and a beautiful place to be learning about weather too. And try to get involved with the National Weather Service down there. Joseph, if you send me a message on Facebook to my Meteorologist Andrew Wilson account, I may be able to give you some contacts down there. I have some friends who work at the National Weather Service in Corpus from college. But good luck to you. Joaquin says, what about Floresville? Floresville, dealing with a lot of showers and storms right now, but nothing severe. Everything severe, again, pretty much down towards Cotulla and moving down towards the south and east. Now, we still have something severe going on in Frio County, still strong winds. Let's see if the National Weather Service continues with this warning. It does look like the winds have weakened just a little bit. Let me see what this when this warning is till again. Let me check real quick. It's until 3 a.m., so still about 4 minutes on it. We'll see if the National Weather Service decides to continue with that warning. I wouldn't be surprised if they did continue with it. It's kind of on the edge, though, of them saying, we'll let it expire, or if they will continue with it. Joseph says, thank you, means a lot. No problem. Also, Joseph, are you the same Joseph that I met in Austin? Do you know Albert Ramon there, who used to work at KVU? I think we may have met before. There was another Joseph. I'm not sure if you're the same one. Joaquin says, thank you. Sonia says, what about Zapata? We do have some storms down your way. Still expecting more storms through. But again, looking at this storm complex, you see it's pretty wide. We're seeing thunderstorms all the way up from Austin, down all the way through Laredo, and pretty much anybody who, if you haven't experienced rain yet, you're going to have that chance over the next hour or two. These storms are just kind of dipping down towards the south and east. Grace says anything later today. Possibly a few brief showers, Grace, but nothing later today. Late tonight, in other words, Tuesday night, we have another round of storms expected. But the most intense storms have really again been closer on towards I would say Cotulla and stretching further south, stretching as far south as Laredo. And then, of course, Zapata, Texas, seeing some storms. But I wouldn't be surprised if this western end made it all the way down to you and impacted you as well. Justin says, is it safe to say no hail for San Antonio? Yes, safe to say that. Grace says, thank you. Nope. So just 2 minutes left on that warning up there. You see if the National Weather Service has issued a significant weather advisory now for Frio County. They have. So Atascosa and Frio County, they're going to let this warning expire. Whenever we see a significant weather advisory being issued toward the end of a severe thunderstorm warning, that lets us know the National Weather Service has said, well, it's not severe anymore. And we're going to put out a significant weather advisory, which basically just lets us know this is a significant event, this is a strong storm, but it no longer has those qualifications of a severe thunderstorm. So the damaging wind threat in Pearsall is coming to an end. Same thing for Frio County for a whole. But Frio County and Atascosa County are going to get very strong winds. Now, I feel comfortable saying Atascosa County is not going to have severe weather. I think everything severe is now going to be reserved for areas down towards LaSalle and McMullen counties as this storm continues to move off to the south and east. And guys, now that it's 3 o'clock, that severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled. We still have a severe thunderstorm watch in place for LaSalle and McMullen counties. We have the warning in place. For everybody else, it's just run-of-the-mill thunderstorm activity. Not seeing anything too much of an issue there, but we'll continue to watch that closely, of course. Guys, I'm going to continue to watch things behind the scenes. I told you all about ago that I was going to hop off in about 10 minutes. I'm going to leave the radar up and running. So you're going to see some text on the screen too that says audio, but I do have to get ready for our show here, and I have to run back to the studio to get everything prepared. If I see the need for me to jump back on here, you will see me pop back up. I'll put the mic back up to give sound, and I'll be giving better updates on the storm, of course. Be sure to watch KENS 5 this morning, starting at 4:30. We're going to be live all the way through 7 o'clock, of course, and then doing cut-ins throughout the morning, keeping everyone updated on the storms that are moving through. By the time we get to 7 a.m., though, I expect these storms to be out of the region. We're going to have the latest on everything going on with the weather, though, from 4:30 through 7 o'clock. Then I'm going to be talking about what we're expecting later on down the line beyond this morning, with more storms possible later on this week. So, Cassandra, I do want to answer this for you, because thinking about this. Will Pleasanton get strong winds? The answer is yes. But severe level winds, the answer no. It's going to get very easy here when the main line moves through over the next 30 minutes, but not going to get anything severe in Pleasanton. I feel comfortable saying that now. I think anything severe will stay south into LaSalle and McMullen counties. So, I'm going to go get ready for the newscast, guys. I'll continue to keep everyone updated. Joseph says, I think we have met. Yeah, Joseph. Work at KVU. I was a receptionist. And everybody on the screen right now or on the Facebook Live is probably saying, what? I needed a job whenever I first moved out to Texas. Again, you heard about how meteorologist Megan Massey and I have been together for 9 years. I moved so that we could get engaged and get married. And I took a job as a receptionist. Ended up being a great opportunity for me. Loved the job there, working at KVU in Austin, our sister station here from KENS, and worked for a great meteorologist named Albert Ramon up there as well. I've been doing weather occasionally. So, yeah, Joseph, we have met. I'm also the guy who's still in the process of joining the Hurricane Hunters. We met a while back. But if you have any questions, feel free to reconnect. Send me a message through Facebook, and I have some connections down there in Corpus Christi that you may be interested in reaching out to. All right, so y'all have a good rest of your morning. We'll continue to keep you updated on everything here at KENS 5. I'm going to be cutting in occasionally if needed, and we're going to continue to keep the radar looping up here for you. So let me go ahead and put this on here just so everyone knows. There's no audio, but I'm going to put this here. That way it's not in the way of any of the data. There's no more storms coming in for Val Verde for the rest of this morning. So you just stay informed on the weather. We'll keep you updated, of course, here on everything here at KENS 5. Heavy rain for the rest of this morning, and at least for areas east of I-35. These storms will continue to push east at about 40 miles per hour. The only warning we have on the screen is for LaSalle and McMullen counties until 3:30 a.m., stretching down to Webb County as well. We also have the severe thunderstorm watch that continues to remain in place. That has actually been extended because it was originally until 2 a.m. and 6 a.m. for McMullen and LaSalle counties, but we will not continue to have severe weather threats until 6 a.m. They'll end up canceling that for LaSalle and Webb County earlier than that. So we'll keep you updated on everything here at KENS 5. I'm going to hop off and go get ready for our show. Remember, it starts at 4:30. KENS 5, so be sure to tune in. Have a wonderful rest of your morning, and we'll keep you updated on these storms.